Ven, mamá. Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll get started by, when you, in your prayer book, turn to page 1. All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood. Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious, kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching, and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the Idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom. Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma and likewise in the assembly of the Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path. In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion. Refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras, together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are, transcending conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the 4 continents, and the sun and moon. As a Buddha field I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate. Sanje Singla Mekte Puwayi Adogai Nambai Shingu Juwa Shoi Chonsa Wadan Chochin Shapadan Jesus Yerai Kushin Sorwayi Gewai Chunse Dagi Jizapa Tangje Sobe Changju Jimbo. And to page 11. Namo. To the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the 3 realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime Master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament, the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the 5 wisdoms of omniscience. Gracious one, the embodiment of love, Precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind. Transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled teacher of gods and men. I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king. At the time of your birth, leader of two-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth, you proclaim, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise even then, I prostrate. Possessing a body of complete purity, your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain. The one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment, to you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you among the 3 levels of existence is most exquisite. Unparalleled, omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain of those to be tamed, the one thus gone who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace. To that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground bases for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachments, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the 3 higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha I also prostrate. And to page 9.
Namo nase namda ge lama la nase ye se joba bu kam so yondra de zorwa de gorwa tongdo ze jenje lo je ye norba to ge je masai jome jarve to jembe yeshe ngada de zeve dani kade je
Drova kyopse rinpoche
dasimni je ngane sorwa de chönye je ngane chenje lo asemdone jeme nanda de lode chogo toba chenje lo ajon dende de shen jeba trachomba yantaba zobe
sangye
reba dan yasen demba Dora Shiva Jeden Jamba Ajiva Dua Kalo Jurva Lana Meba Lana Menamji Ndongba Nyame Shai Je Jarboy Shai Je De Tema Meba La Goa Sa chen de la gomba je den den ai jo je song an de ze ge bai ji lai chang ze lo nam da gong ai jo de su zang wa ni je yang zo ser je lun bo da da ba je den song na lang ye wa an gong bo jo ni je lai chang ze lo zhen jo den ba den me da le xie en lo de wai je lai chang ze lo de ju de ze ba song na ze nya me jen jen je lai chang ze lo men jo de wa ka lo jen ze jen gun jo ra jen wa jo ze de yin ye wang bo ye lai ye ye lai ki ni o yo ba de lai chang ze lo wang bo tu je che den ba a tam je jen be tong ba bo son na yon den jiang zuo xin de jin ye lai chang ze lo ta be lo jia de wei jie ge wei nian song de zhuo xin zhe de tong dan jiu jiu wa ye jiu jiu lai chang ze lo lo ne zhu wei lang yang dong la da la ra de ge xian ge dang ba yun den je gen de la yang chang ze lo.
And then page 15. I prostrate to the youthful Manjusri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appear during the 3 times, to all of them without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to mind. Bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms, I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharmatatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible, praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas. With the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense, I make offerings to the victorious ones. With the finest cloths, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways, I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer to the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the Bodhisattvas, the Pratyeka Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 directions, who, passing through the stages of awakening, attain Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms, for the welfare and happiness of all beings. I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment. And then to page 14.
Page 14.
It's the Tibetan for the 7 branches. Yeah. No, that's the English. Oh, they don't have it.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Om Baba Nyambar Janu Jurba Jamza Lo Jinye Soda Jujun Jedana Nantezon Yeba Meye Shenge Kun Dage Malu Teda Damjela Nalu Dangaye Dame Janje Wu Sambo Jubir Mona Dodange Ejarwa Tamje Yije Muzon De Shenge Dunye Lura Dubaye Ejarwa Kunla Rabde Chanse Lo Duje Tena Dunye Sanje Nam Sanje Seje Una Yopada Deda Chuje Yena Malupa Tamji Jarwa Dage Kanwa Mo Deda Ngaba Meze Janzo Nam Yanje Yana Janzo Dagunje Jarwa Kunje Yonden Rabjo Jin Dewa Shekwa Tamji Dage Do Medo Damba Tuma Damba Dam Insigne Namdai Chubye Donjo Dam Marame Chodan Dubo Dambaye Jarwa Teda Danen Chubaye Naza Damba Namdan Jinjo Dam Chema Parme Rira Nyamba Dam Boba Chabaran Babin Chugunji Jarwa Teda Danen Chubaye Chuba Gana Lame Yajewa Deda Jawa Tamje Layamo Sambo Jula Debe Dodage Jarwa Guna Changse Chubaye Doja Shetan Temo Wangene Le Dan Adan Dijin Yije Jan Deba Dage Jiba Chinjeba Anteda Tamje Dage Sosor Yai Chuje Jarwa Kundan Sanje Se Naranjara Namdan Lodan Melodan Dowa Kunje Sona Kanayan Anteda Kunje Jesu Daye Kana Chujun Jeden Romada Chanjo Rembai Sanje Majanye Gombo Tada Dake Tamjela Angolo Lana Mibara Kurwar Nyanya Tadon Kanye Tedala Nandowa Kula Pekin Deveje Dewa Shenge Dunye Shubhayan Andage Temo Raja Survaje shu chen ya ba dang
Jesu
yurang gu shen su wa ye ge wa chung se da ge che sa ba tam je zang be zang ju chen bu.
And to page 16. Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Tēnā ngā tō kārsa tī lōjōng dā tōngdō kātsāng tō shimbārē dā tēnē mā chīmbī nā tēnē jidōng sōm lā tād lā sē jidō.
So picking up with the where we left off in these in the 7-point mind training, so under point number 6, the commitments of mind training, first we have train constantly in the 3 basic principles.
다 제탕가 소디 로종라 베까라 티네 치소소 타르베 키덤바레 나 장조sem게 다 라바레 상아지 탐세도 처음마다 지 춘신 세나리 강토토도 송그레스.
And so here, this is referring to the 3 levels of vows, the outer vows that are the vows of individual liberation or pratimoksha, the inner vows of bodhicitta, and the secret vows of secret mantra.
단 디나라 따들라 송야 되다 갈세나 가장 걔는 뭐지 송벌이 맞다 저디 냠내 준투야 당 대가나 얘기다 고 맞어디 초초인데 자천벌이스 티인디다 텔라 용 텔라 냠내 치세 가장 까나서 된거니 나랑고네 som당나다디
And so as he says often, and as Kin Rinpoche also spoke to when he was giving teachings, this involves our constant effort, constant practice, continuous practice, and we, also again a reminder of how precious this place is, this space, the Dharma Center, to be a support to your practice, so that you come and you keep the continuity of your practice going.
That in the Carsenanga to the Haranare, Dangato Tama de Carsegore Sanje Yang Mare, Tendi in the Natsuju Latine, Nyumba Yore, T in the Tene, a chick tita, Koji Yana Yonder, Nato Yamlandic Majivina, Tene, Nyom by the Hok Chien doing the Yamland, the Hok Chien doing, Hakoya Mendoa.
Got some company. So, and we're not all Buddhas. So
Not
Ngatso Sangma Sanje Mare.
oh, yes.
Yeah.
I thought no Buddhism.
No, we're not all Buddhas. And so we have the afflictive mind states need constant attention, constant attending to. So we have to practice again and again. If our practice diminishes, if we lose the continuity of our practice, then it can be the case that we don't know what is stronger, whether our practice is stronger or the afflictive emotions are stronger in our mind stream. We lose sight of that.
Ngatu nyo takpada tindida ta yo marwa pe pensong do cha sha bi na ji ngatu chocho tela ji dunta re ki na ne tene ko khayong jiung do ji tene yong bi na thangbo ne ko yong bi ka la ngatu chocho lo ro yo samba thang tene thija mazi ba ka na de la ya le ong bi ka la ta ngatu ji jam do sidu ji konjo som na tan ya da tiga na yi ta yang go la par de ki simji Natsuta, semi Hiorwa, Tendi, some noted, Yang, training Koji, no more show chimboji, land, you be in a young, Kohan, some logic down the water, take him into Sambatan, T. G. Layan, Natsu Yamna Chine, Ninja Gumia La Soba, Chunyam Nachia, Teneta, Tap Chana, Tony Gumia La Soba, J. Chum Bigabla, balance the order, Teneyanko, Chutel, this Nipandoji. Laptop 구도와 어떻게 되네 백해 전부인 사례스
And so the benefit of also, not just maintaining your practice at home, but having the support of community practice and coming to the Dharma Center is that, there is this kind of added support in terms of generating the mind of refuge, taking refuge in the three jewels, remembering the four immeasurables, and so then sometimes when strong afflictions arise in our mind, then there's a basis. If the connection is not maintained, then we might not necessarily notice as quickly or act to correct it as quickly. Whereas if that continuity of practice, that continuity of connection to the three jewels is maintained, then even if we have a moment of having strong affliction or strong negative emotions arise for us, then we feel a sense of remorse, like, oh, that really wasn't right. And then we are inspired to practice, to correct the affliction, or to reflect on compassion, to meditate on the truth of emptiness. So balance the karela yun kung ta.
Kako te jik ngasoda chuchiya la yang nyom ba tendi shok chimbo mayimba. Ji yang tangi nyom ba shok chimbo yedi yu ne yang koji tsor kar tsor chu bar la gro ti sti yang atu chu te yang dang nyamle te yang tendi yung gro wa.
So it like maintains that balance of practice where, we are practicing Dharma, and of course we always have the arising of afflicted mind states, but we continue working with them. We don't kind of forget to apply the antidote or to practice the Dharma. And so it gives our practice, continuity and helps us to remember the Dharma.
어때 많이 나 당이 컨트리바레 나도 참아 심지어리 뇽베게 다 다포세나레 나도 참아 뇽모여도 된 참래지 다 초트디 스타링 로미나 근데 뇽보쇼 체르로 근데 다 가서 circumstance로 situation condition tin이지는 근데 지금 가서 big mistake 제기도와 제기요레스
가리.
다른 것도 되네 주지로 그러와 되네 다 당보대 주를 대바요래 예치요래 얘네양 다 텔레지 윤투 컨티뉴에이션 냠렘마지 바이나 되네 양 참랭 것도다 가서 거래 DNJ 때네 되네 고 가서는 용보 흉치모 되네 라야 아 되네 용고요레스 얘네 되네 고 가서 explosion로 차나 되네 양 툴레스로 차요러와
So we're sentient beings, and we're going to be, we really have to be on guard with the defilements, because afflictive emotions are constantly arising. And so when we distance ourselves from the Dharma, then it really gives an opportunity for the afflictive emotions to take over. And then it's possible, that we could really make a big mistake. And even if we generally have a lot of faith in the Dharma, we have faith in the Dharma, we really consider ourselves Dharma practitioners, but the importance of maintaining the continuity of this can't be, it's so important to maintain the continuity of this, of our practice, because without that, it just takes conditions to cause some very strong afflictions to arise. And if there were distance from the Dharma and the continuity of our practice is not sustained, and then conditions arise and there's a very strong arising of afflictive emotions, and then there's like an explosion, or there's some really, regretful action, then by then it's too late.
된다 나랑 오늘 지금 땅에 텐디레다 참례가서다 즉 나와세나리오다 트레이닝 투소면도 트레이닝다 하데 직다 모란도 트레이닝 동 토사마리 삼빌 로요레스 이나양 즉 기시티 다야야 단 동고 삼네 직 레앙베까라 다 모람도 소나 칸딜라비오레 되네 주체야 디나 카rel라비로데 양 가서 뽑아직다 가와직다 되네 그 willing to practice 되네 lep기도아 다 디니다 디 공가서 탄다 따도 세야다 베케진 부인사레스
So he says, even in his own case, sometimes he doesn't feel like doing the practice, or he doesn't feel like doing, reciting recitations, or he feels like he doesn't have time. Now there's too much to do today. I don't have time. I can't do the aspiration prayers. And then, but if he makes himself do it, then in reciting, in the recitations, because of the power and blessing of the Dharma, it gives strength, it gives confidence, it creates a mind of real delight, and then he really enjoys it and feels like a willingness, understanding the importance of really doing this on a daily basis, and so this is why it's so important to maintain the continuity, because it really does serve as constant reminder.
어다 딘디 인도트네 라나 게르소소 인나가 주다 직 데려 가장일라 다르마지도 고 갈세 거래 사디 조업로 많이 바라와 아 되네 직 지부유도 가다 추념나 지인도야 야직 도보이네야 추념나 태야 알아서보다 가두이네 직 여러 삼상야 그 직 도보용비가로 다 조직면 로다 다 강다 텐데 많이 봐 게 situation 간디주요 왜나 고지바 지두이나레 누두이나레 강다 고 가두이나데네 초냠나 제야데 개체 모이사레스 되네가 조직 그 추키 지카서르다 냠래 냠용스나 줄지 자옹도 되네 추 초원로지 되네 용구여서와 대용하나 되네 추치야 되네 코스 준투 치트가 가보 레라고 요사레스 되네 당보공에다 디고 네지 말아봐도 맞아 주중하다 개체 모이사레스 다들 랍스라도
So, when it comes to our personal Dharma practice, it's very important not to sort of see Dharma as a side job, but that really actually our most important work is the Dharma. And so if that's not the case, then we don't rely on the Dharma when we need it most. So it's not just situational. It's not just like, oh, we practice the Dharma when things are going well. And it's also not like, oh, we just practice the Dharma when things are not going well. But actually, it has to be like a continuous commitment to the practice, regardless of the situation, regardless of how things are going for us. We continue that as the priority, as the constant thread. And if that's the case, then what happens is that we find that when we need it most, or in a very difficult situation where afflictions are high, or we have strong afflictive emotions, then we're able to practice the Dharma. The Dharma really helps us. So we find that actually we can liberate a very difficult affliction. And then, or it becomes much easier to apply the Dharma. But if we don't maintain the constant practice, then we won't necessarily have that experience. It won't be so accessible to us when we really need it. So we don't just wait for the situation to come to apply the Dharma. It has to be maintained prior to that.
제가 나이다 가서 단계디 domba som sita kandanga zoya tindigogu sarwa karsena chi ngaso cholamte be mesiwike ke chembuin sares chi tambe kichu cheya bana chacha na ngaso chosonro yung tejina ngaso da cholam tang da yurowa condition de be ke chembuin sares da condition lamna kare be는 가서 촉보도 보냐면도나 된다면 같이 쓰기로 와. 되네 be는 로사 독산으로 오지 들어나. 되네 담을 같이 쓰기로 와. 대마인 봐. 다 조서라서 봐대 컨디션 튠데 베키지 윤 튠데 마틀레치나. 뭔가 조직 주도 공부할 용도고 요사레스.
And so a place like the Dharma Center really becomes a support to our effort in pure conduct, or our path of conduct, and maintaining the 3 levels of vows. So it's really important to see that and to value that, knowing that this is a place that supports what our goal is, whereas it's a condition that's favorable to Dharma practice. Whereas if we go to places that are not so supportive, like really places where there's a lot of negativity, or we kind of fall into spending time with bad friends or friends that are a bad influence, then this has the opposite effect. It can really wear down our Dharma practice. It can really have an impact on our Dharma practice. So it's important to seek out a condition like the Dharma Center that is harmonious with our Dharma objectives.
That may be too much talking, so we not finish. That is Hulan Dumba Jola Ransahas.
So then the second line is change your attitude but remain natural.
다 뒤에 되네 땅아 저 굴롱으로와 다 진지 쇼첨보 요와데 파 조르네 되네 라 캠페 제와 아워다 티글라 되네 단도 마조르세야 되인사데스.
And so changing our attitude primarily means working to counteract the attitude that is based on self-cherishing or self-grasping mind, and instead to direct it to the wish to benefit others.
티인데 되게 양 원체 매바르 단 참는 사람 예 nga 닝지 공구요 nga 곰자게요 베다타 텐디노 랍고요 사마데스.
Garila?
다 참사 nga 베다 닝지 공구요 nga 동래 치기요 로지 헬라 곰바노 텐디 고요 사마. 나 냠네 치기요리 이나야 지 헬라 곰소 메바 라와.
Mumso mebashin.
곰소 세나 녜 치기요 no show other people.
Yeah, okay. But remain natural, like meaning you don't have to like show it to the world, you know. So sometimes if we're, you know, we get kind of proud of our Dharma practice and, you know, but we don't have to put it on display. We don't have to prove to others. We don't have to say, oh, I'm a meditator, I'm meditating, or I have so much compassion, look at what I do, or I'm a Tonglen practitioner. So instead we remain natural, we remain discreet.
되네 얘라 냠바 주 메자스.
And then the next line, you don't speak of injured limbs.
다 딜라 다 칸다 디 현라 얘라 냠바 주 메다 현라 양테다 종주체 요마레 라고서레. 현라 종주체 현라 지금 듣기면도 고지 지기리 메치기리스 티니치디 가서다 지 얘라 그 동발라서보다 자발라서 냠로그로 틀리지 라베 요마레스.
So this can be, for instance, referring to, you know, like others' infringements of, like, you know, the branch vows or commitments and so forth. So meaning, you know, don't speak of the faults of others, to not criticize or point out, you know, errors in others' practice. Vows. Literally, it means vows, or branch vows, or to not speak of the faults of others. And then don't ponder others' flaws.
딘다 현케베네 당가도 삼삼고 가래 지금 고 여보도 고면도에서 직당 가서디 남바인데 나랑 샘랑가 가르치기도 나 창조 선반도에 나라 직디 현변도에 나라 냠내 치기도에 다 텐데 가서 따고 그러와 마도베 양테 많이 받더니 현티메티 가르치기도 고종 가래도 고 가르치기도 와다 텐데 삼탄 요 말레스 so particularly hen 종 가와도 고 가르치기도 tinda tinda samno khorbi na yang rang ke tene ji o ta ngara smot this mada orwa ji kwara ngara mada na hen mada wa thong gro o tinda ta nge ke kesi phayila ko mot chongdo sama thong bi na yang tene o ta di ngara ke ko samno mada jang ko tele tene ko yu mada wa thong bare sam tinda sam gres
yu mada pa thong gyore kare kumta
re tin ta nga zo sen ma da mi na tin yu ma da ba thong gro wa
Rere.
o tin ni tin nga zo ke si de wa je ko me le no tu do sam bi na yang o ko yi sam ma re sta nga ran ke ko ji nyum ba tele de na ma da re sam ma do pa yi ta te sam do wa xian cho la yang me sam mo sta ti sam ba ya ma re.
So essentially, mind your own business is what's being said here, meaning that whatever don't concern yourself with the faults of others, or what they're doing is not okay, or what this other person's doing is not okay, or do they really have bodhicitta or do they not have bodhicitta, or are they thinking of others or are they not thinking of others? We really need to look at ourselves. That's the only place we should be looking, is, do we have bodhicitta? Do we have the mind that is wishing to benefit others? And what others are doing and thinking is really none of our business. So if, we find faults in others, if we're focusing on the faults of others, then we should know that that's because of our own impure mind. So if as long as our mind is impure, we're going to see faults everywhere. If we purify our mind, then pure phenomena will appear to us. So if there's impure phenomena appearing to us, it's because of the faults of our own mind. And so when we recognize that, then it allows us to just not engage in the critical mind that is pointing out the faults or flaws of others.
That issue la de zo te ro nyomon kang che ngo la jang.
So then the next line is, train first with the strongest destructive emotions.
Da tang ge kong thyu na ye de ko ji chi ki yu la ma ta chi ne te rang ke sem la ta ne nga la khar do nga la be ngai nyom wa khar hyu chen bo do nga do cha hyu chen bo do hya dang hyu chen bo do ya la si hyu chen bo do yang na ji ta khar se ko sim tri chen bo do tin ri ji ta chi te ne te ta ne ta thi khare che wo na wo ta thi pa ya ke ta chi chi te pa ya ke ta chi chi bo 간지 치고 라위나 가장다 뭐 휴스마 오다 nye nyommon데 빵기스 nye nyommon데 베능아 도차로지 유이나 오게 게 도차디 nga mai bai no senchen shembalayan docha yoresro nga tanga da docha yotinda nye ken docha da pangin sta nyomo chung changma tina chondu tene henge nyomo changma du ne da nya henge nga tanga da senchen ke tene 다 nyomwa khariyo na tene changi pangin samgu yusarwa.
And so here, train first with the strongest destructive emotion. So in investigating our own mind, really honestly, and seeing, what is our strongest propensity in terms of the afflictive emotions? Is it desire? Is it anger? Is it jealousy? Is it arrogance? So whatever is the strongest propensity, it's important to identify that and really work to transform that, to abandon that, to pacify that afflicted, that particular propensity, in whatever method, using whatever method we can, and especially then to bring this practice of the method of Tonglen that Drupal Rinpoche spoke to before, of saying, using that affliction that is so challenging for yourself, that is so powerful, and really feeling the pain, the suffering of that, and then making the aspiration, may all sentient beings who are afflicted by desire, for instance, be liberated, be freed from the pain of desire, the afflictive emotion of desire, whatever affliction that it is. And then it becomes also, a very kind of vast in the aspiration.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You mumba, we can,
not train afflictions. Aleman duba no lago sare lagi.
yeah, but kokomendo in. Uh-huh.
Train.
Oh, train or purify. Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh, so are you saying that it shouldn't be train here? It should not be train in the translation. It should be, what should it be, purify or pangwa? Jiangwa. So purify. Yeah. So Kimbo Rinpoche is speaking to the translation in here that says train first with the strongest destructive emotion. So this word in Tibetan can mean train, and it can also mean purify. But he's saying it should be purify, like work to purify first the strongest destructive emotion, right? Because we don't train, well, I think what it's saying in English though is, the meaning in English is train to abandon. That's how it's using train here. It's not saying train in the afflictive emotions, right? Yeah. Train first with the strongest, like train to abandon by using the strongest afflictive emotions. But the point here is that it should mean, the meaning is really to purify first the strongest afflictive emotion.
다지 반이사 다 어때 빵티셔다. 단 제비체와 탐치 빵슬라도.
So then the next one is abandon any expectations of results.
다 expectation 뭐 여러. 배낭가 좋다, 참상가 좋다, 즉 가서 그랬다. 냠내 지네 되네 즉 한데 원도 양다고 다 되네 지야 냠내 집을 때는 즉 나랑 맹침보라 양다고 다 되네 대가 나기다 거랑 배 동양 냠내 친게 rilabne tene karse gore ya malaketa yo kota particularly zambota thi chia yo maris.
So this is saying that we should abandon any expectations for results, and in particular the results that maybe are not like the purest of results. So practicing to achieve to achieve status, or to or name or fame, or didn't the tesa
Tai pena cha cha ngarang kimeng tu gre sambata ngarang pe ta nyamne chingkhen rikha korang tongla chigi do sambatindi ki yunya ki chi tola ta tongla gumgu yona re.
Or to become, I'm practicing Tonglen because I'm going to become a great practitioner, and then I'll be so important and everyone will respect me, and I'm to be a great bodhisattva. So if there's without that self-grasping in it.
Tene tukchen che se pansa.
And then the next one is give up poisonous food.
Tati pechata jinzin sada jinzi jewanzi bi ngopo. Ta yana tene yang rangla denzi shuk chembu. Ta karse gore.
Oh, the gongta yapo so yang char go ne go so.
Tatina zawe na te do rang jeba rang jinzi tang ngopo denzi je gu ne lambi. Gejorne tukchen imbes. Ta jetanga zo chunyamne chigi yorwa. Chigi yore ti yina yang ko chip.
Ti rebe kai sen du chingi ze pang rebe.
Ri tukchen seri do.
Tini khala gi dunda rebe.
Khala to na insamare.
Ale. Okay.
Kutin di ta rang jeban zimbi to ne tene nyamlan khandiji na tene te thok na yires ti indu da ti ko pa paya te khandi pango sina ta ra cheban zimba da ji karse gur jinzi shop chimbu yubi na tene te karsang khond hyuga na yire ji juma da ji ranji maro tene samgo yusarwa
So, yun yung ze de la kaula
oda
gare.
sesen ta ngazo jikbarwa sese ya de jikbare karsena ngazo tindri jikta chu chigiyu sambate ko sen ro chanu yusarwa karsena ngati 랑 진지 기토네 개와 드롭 되와티 마도 세 칼라 tel라고 해서 말해.
I see. So Kimbo, what would you translate in that case? Ze, here it says food.
알레 오다티 그냥 무슨 정도 하다 양나 디게 랑 제번 짐바티 두치앙키 세나지리 하스 대방고레스.
Okay. So here it's like a metaphor, kind of. The poisonous food is the attitude of self-grasping. So when we are practicing from a place of self-grasping, then it becomes poisonous. So, for instance, again, important here is the understanding of the empty nature, seeing all phenomena as dreamlike and illusory, and practicing in such a way that it becomes the direct antidote to the mind of self-grasping. Whereas if the mind of self-grasping is not targeted, and so therefore it doesn't diminish, then even the nyamlin laukiyorbe the chucheyati.
리다 다 진지 기토네 주치기구나.
So if you're practicing dharma from a place of self-grasping, then the dharma itself becomes like poisonous food.
드네 향에 마구사. 다 향에 마구 있지나 가네. 알레. 저기도
So then, or jung, but de gingon la marebe jung zangbo maten. Jung zangbo maten.
오예. 형성 마텐성.
So then the next line is, don't be so loyal to the cause.
다 현재기 때문에 노바 지기요나. 디 콘텐츠 짐바치야요 말이스.
So shinje nubachegiona.
현재 노바 지발라. 되네 나도 틀린 지대가 다 공가지 지송서만 지야요 말이스.
So then what this is referring to is the perceived cause of our affliction, the object, the outer object. So whoever or whomever, whatever it is that is harming us, or that we perceive to be harming us, to grasp onto that and be very loyal to our story, if you will, is kind of what is meant here. So don't be so loyal to the cause, or attributing cause to the object, the outer object.
다 향에 마구사. 다 데려와. 다 들라 가르나다 조 현재 좀 주야로 좀 주야로 되는 체야요 말이스. 종상문도 나오라 종상문도 나나 다 콜레 종요래 세네데 주종다 동조는 라부요나래. 주인의 라부요나래 대체야요 말이스.
So the NGK lattes kakai enchide. Gayan sena di par penanga meche ngala dupo chena. Tini di par dupo che go samba di Jesu madang.
되니로.
Dindadabe.
다 대화 얘기로.
Okay. All right, so the next line, don't lash out in retaliation, is it's here, again, like, so then he got a tune, young child, she got contate, guys, and
다 현기 좀 주야노다. 현기 좀 트스나 말에 트스나다. 좀 도움도 다야노. 되게 차야요 말이스.
So, so here, the way that Drupal Rinpoche is explaining the Tibetan is a little bit different from the translation, but he's saying that what is really being referred to here is, again, investigating the faults of others. So don't attribute faults to others. Don't even think about whether someone has this fault or that fault or whatever it may be. Just don't engage with that kind of thinking. And then the next line is, don't lie in ambush. Rede, tenda NGK tenda re pena nga de nga michik dukcha chigin tenda yang di koka la gugio pa nang.
Okay, that's one.
So good translation there.
The kokap simgu yours. That ngara many yorwa, many yonatine. Ko tambo ko gario marwa, met gario marwa. In a lembo loya lelo, sampan lelo yung marwa. Ko pe. Yina yata ko kokap ji sen ko pagi met dubo cha dewada. Kokap rabe kabla. Tine ko len loya chayo maris.
So what this means is, if you have a conflict with someone or you're angry at someone, but you haven't gotten the chance to like really do them good, or say something or do something that's gonna kind of get them back, then you're waiting, you're holding it in your mind and you're waiting for an opportunity.
Nila me upset. Nila me up.
Nila me up. So the penamiche young. So then the next line is, don't strike a vulnerable point. So the vulnerable sena like mishimala nini pena kongso garci chick sensitive rawa dunda che tini nga mi che la ducha che gona nga hako gendo de kong nune nugere hako ne tini kongso ne nubache.
Okay.
Tere
What it? Ah. Really.
Yeah.
Really. Yeah, 상면です. 디니다디 간다 머힘발라테네 지다 가리나라와. 코로나 가르 지 포사리 삼바 지야다. 대가 나기 게테네. 베나 직접 라비아라고 당. 대가 나이다 지 노바 지야게 지 알아서 버티니 다 요사라와. 다테니 지야요 말이스.
So essentially, and this is also well translated, it was decided that it is, when you, like, don't hurt someone when you really know it's going to hurt. Don't try to strike them where it's going to really hurt. And like actually, and Khenpo Rinpoche was saying, it's like an example. It's like these are kind of all like metaphors, meaning, don't strike a vital point in the body where you can really injure someone, right? But the meaning is like, don't for instance, if you know somebody has a vulnerable point and then you intentionally strike that by a vulnerable point, don't do that.
Okay. Tenen zoki lala. Mejosa.
And then the next line is, don't transfer the oxen's burden to a cow.
What means? Tati nga tsupe hiyo mare. Zamgdoro. Chonje yona? Mio.
No,
Oh, no.
garere, nune yak dang. Yeah, so actually it's not actually an ox. It's a type of, it's like the closest thing we know is an ox, because it's a mix of a cow and a yak. Is it zo?
Meaning it is. It's a very strong animal.
Yeah, so it's similar because ox is very strong. Yeah, so the meaning is it's a really strong animal.
Stronger than ox.
It's stronger than an ox.
Tati rawa tiinsa tati. Ta pecha nga tsa tsangwa yo pe hiyo chimbo yujire samuda nyamlan rawa jin. Ta chong rawa ji yuwi na. Ta pecha men lawa ya rawa marwe. Chong khandi ji chong nga men saya ji. Ta ti yin anda men anda ko habit. Ji shimba lamsang ko ri malawi na ta nga men labde ko hienje yinba ta cho za rawa. Ta nga men saya ji. Tati not I talking about all you, but everybody, including me. Nga men saya rawa ji ta chongji yo na. Ta tong go ra nga nge chi mi saya ro nga men saya rawa ji. Ko tile ko
Oh, this is kakare.
ta ji pa
Yeah,
ko
yeah.
tin zo gang lang bo. Jing zo nga ran zo ri ji lang ro.
So, Pena not taking responsibility, like the ngarangi
Me ta chongji yo na, no ju ji yo na, mistake ji yo na, sud si na ti lamsang ko ra nga men ro ji.
Yeah.
Ta nga men na hian ji yin ba ta chu. Lang bo men na zo ro wa.
So the way that this is being described is different from what we might think it is here based on the English, but it's essentially like if there's some mistake or some fault or something, the tendency of most everyone is to say, it's not my fault. So if you say it's not my fault, then you're automatically you're looking for it to be someone else's fault.
Go da di nga tsa shuk chimbo marwe.
So what do you think? Do you think that's a pretty strong human tendency that we have?
Ah? Yes. Yes. Oti ni ji kenza do me saya ji de men nga men saya da nga me da ji ti shuk chimbo shuri do nga men saya ji. Chong yo na nga men saya ji ro wa. Ta yabo yo na peche nye chi yin law gro wa ta di ko lu so ji de yin ya ko du go ji chong ti chong ba de na men saya ji yo des.
So the moment there's someone to blame, we're very quick to like shirk any responsibility and be like, it wasn't me, it wasn't my fault. But if there's any credit to take, our reaction is quite the opposite, isn't it?
So also this my experience. I was passing the border from Canada to the U.S. side, right? So then I told them they have camera, everybody, they know everything, I think, in the car, what I have. So then they asked me, do you have weapons? So my reaction is just quickly, no. But also I really is that this, actually I have knife, many knives actually, but I don't have the gun. So, but the kind of like, too fast, I look up thinking, maybe I have knife, this is weapon or something, right? But kind of reaction is very fast, no. Then they told me, gave me the key. So I think this kind of, I think, human
Nature.
nature attitude. So just, I don't know. Even though sometimes we're not thinking. So then no. So nga me some way or what that tend to love you so reason to can he happens. Tiga na yita chung hian la kap or wa. Ta. Tini lap sabi hugla that the commandos. Do get long la make ka go wa ta long la ha be.
Di dundur ma che ba.
Tiga na ya chik ti yo sa ta di na thi do. And ra yang ra le ka le ka bo do ta this le ka tu ngom nyo chawo ri zabi tine chi hian chi go ya do hian la yu ya do da pa hian le ki ya do da ta ko mistake yu na hian ki ya do ta tine do lo
So that's one meaning. And another meaning is more what it looks like here, which is that if you can take responsibility for something, if you can take on a difficult task, to shirk that responsibility and like want somebody else to do it, you know, because if you don't take on the responsibility and do the work yourself, then it means someone else has to do it. So it's like passing off like the burden to someone else, and maybe someone who doesn't have the same capacity.
Can you have do to me ups?
So then, Garila?
Sa do to me ups.
Di Maria. Tampo jogi tse metu. Jogi tse metu.
What?
Jo, like jobo. Jogi tse metu. De la yang dindur tempo mache.
I don't know. That's okay. Okay, te do la do to me ups do. Chu jitse metus.
Yeah, sorry, my pronunciation.
Chu jitse metus. I don't know this. We don't have. Okay, la do to me ups.
Okay, so the root text that Drivana Rinpoche has seems to be a little bit different from what we have. So he doesn't have the line that says "Don't be competitive," and it looks like he also doesn't have the line that says "Don't misperform the rites." So the next one is "Don't reduce gods to demons." The next line that he has.
Ta tini do lo gi sa ro pe na nga so chu nyam len chi ne tene chi rang ki ju ma tu na chu nyam len ha ko ne ma tu na ta ding ma res ta ti ki si ma tu na nga so kha chang la ba na yi ro wa ta nga so ti nyok da yo hi yo ma wa kha si chu di go po chu ki me du kha si ti mar ko ka mo mar ki me tu se a ji cha do yo res the big problem we have to translate.
Chu trees.
Chu di ko po chu ji mitus.
Chu trees and chu.
I don't know. So better in there, Ke ha ko ma do si ma. Ke to.
Maybe indicate la.
Okay. I'm embarrassed to translate in front of our great translator, Virginia. But since one Tibetan sort of colloquial and also phrase that yesterday you discussed already, but there is a Tibetan way of saying is there's new practitioners and new Dharma practitioner and old Dharma practitioners. Usually there's one more, maybe I can say something. The old, new Dharma practitioners, they are so involved in the Dharma practice.
Maybe the handheld, yeah.
Sorry.
We have other, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And they have very sort of sensitive intimacy to practice Dharma very sincerely. And at that point, maybe feel that anything in the samsara or anything in this world is unnecessary. So in old way of we are saying that the new Dharma practitioners, they think the gold has no value. So if they got gold, they throw away.
Like literal gold has no
Yeah.
value. Like
Yeah.
basically like throwing
But new
everything.
Dharma practitioner.
New Dharma practitioner, so excited
Yeah.
that they want to just give up everything and go to the mountains, kind of?
Yeah, they give up. They think they can give
Give
up
up
everything.
everything. Mhm.
Then when Dharma practitioners getting older, and then they collect all the broken shoes from other neighbors, and they think maybe one day I can
Use these.
use these for rainy days. So,
Yeah.
chupa sarpi zerla gyumlos, chupa nyingpi ati chudongchis, dangal pukila puki lam teso tene yaki kovi suhyawarwa.
Yakikoa.
Zo 사는 거는
Yeah.
useless.
Tene jine pegnogro, sword sadik. It's broken in the sole, but around, because this leather remains strong. So they collect that and then they beat in the water to make something useful.
Thinking,
So it's
maybe
not-
really not used. Not useful.
So it's something along the lines of new practitioners, like
삽삽배치그레스.
give what Drupal said, are very careful, like meaning that it's kind of place no value in gold, even gold, but old practitioners collect even
More attached.
old leather, pieces of leather,
Broken
old
leather
soles,
shoes.
broken leather shoes, thinking one day they can use them.
Tanda tindao dina here is chu tre. It means you are being with Dharma too long. You don't feel anything. Dharma has no influence in your system. That is called chu tre.
근데 주의나 팽게 말와.
So that kind of person, no matter what we teach or we study, it doesn't go in the system. That person cannot attain by Dharma. Similarly, in Tibet, we put
Like they
butter.
become jaded, kind of. Maybe the word in English would be jaded. They become jaded,
I
sort
don't-
of jaded. Yeah.
Jada? Okay. Similarly, in Tibet, we put a butter in a sort of bag,
정말 야본이야.
yak high, or yak high, a sheep skin. It's become very strangely. It's become like plastic that stiff, very stiff, and very dry. Even it's butter put inside maybe half a year. But that leather or hide, no matter what, the butter cannot soften the leather.
It's already really hardened. Yeah. Because it's so hardened.
Yes, even
Whole
in the
with
butter. Whole with butter, but never softened by the oil or butter. And
hardened in its ways.
usually, butter can soften the leathers.
Leather.
But these
That's
type,
all, probably everything, right?
yeah. But
That's
these
better.
leather used for storing butter,
I've seen
but
it.
it's become very, very tough, and butter cannot soften that. Churi chuki mitor. Maybe now you can translate. Chutri, person who,
Like an old Dharma practitioner. Was that how you would translate?
Not
Chudri?
old.
no, I'm saying it's similar way, but all Dharma practitioner who's already, Dharma has no influence in that person. Chuki mito, so Dharma cannot attain.
Cannot tame that.
Similarly, the sheep leather for storing butter cannot soften by butter.
So like a jaded Dharma practitioner can't be tamed, or there's no Dharma that can get through to a jaded Dharma practitioner in the same way that even butter can't soften, I don't know how to call this type of,
Butter skin.
a buttered leather skin, a butter bag, yeah. Butter cannot soften a leather butter bag. And in the Lam Chogun, in the yes, yeah. Oh, for number 5 on page 11 of the Precious Garland of the Supreme Path. Yes.
답해준 데가
I know.
사마리.
Go samarebe.
우리 안 단다. 다들 같이 놀러와요. 스스로 그 사마리. Page 10이라서.
Page 10? Page 5? Or
아까
number-
그냥 하고 마스터니 하고.
Page 11, yeah. Yeah, it's exactly. When you don't bring fresh understanding into the realm of experience, you can stray into being an insensitive spiritual expert, is how it's translated here.
So now next one, loktok medjasa.
So then the next line is, don't seek others' misery as crutches of your own happiness.
다 로종 그 깝라. 되네. 다가 저 용몽 바티 인도야 치트 마토 베게 다지 니 히발라 소바타 되네. 텐데 다 삼바 야 마레스. 네 다, 젠 텐데 인도 베게 되네. 텐디 그 레와 치트와 nga 로종디 치닝이 나사 타그레 인다고다. ங்கே nga 로종디 치네 되네 야. 다 주축보 차그레 인다고다 야. 어떻게 해야 말이스.
But then di kala yang pena shin gi dunga te la tene pe mi shimba dunga yona ngato yang ngaja te se gi oba nang shin. Nga yapodo nga dunga mdo samba dawa.
야, 다 되게 이제로 달라.
So when we're practicing or training, in the practice, and we sort of compare ourselves to others, and we become sort of prideful, like, because I have so much merit, or because of my practice, I'm healthy, or I have wealth.
다 뒤흉라 찌키나 도트만 소스.
La?
찌지라 도트만 루트도.
Root text, yeah.
다다는 야 루트도. 다인가.
So gare de ta gare so shimbaru chigi na de no meta yangcha
찌지라 도 만소스.
Oh, di rangrewa. Oh, okay, so you said a different one.
No, I said lokto medias la imbatambo.
Okay, yeah, so this is out of order. Yeah. Okay, so the one that he was Loto Meja. Don't misperform the rites. Okay, that's what he was talking about. Is like don't practice with the objective of gain for oneself, like to be healthy or to become rich, with essentially with worldly aims. Rebe.
Okay, that last one is 찌질이 랑도 독 만소스.
And now the last one is don't seek others' misery as crutches of your own happiness.
단 담는다 여러봐. 직 개수직 딱 가서 유지로 봐. 비제 유지에서 가르세나 상장 가서다 파마를 빼야 요레스. 그러와 티네 파마히는 거 빼야라 그래 삼발라 가장 파마자 친구 간디 뭐 티양 삼는 마탕지 텐데 지라 그래 삼반도 요나 되네 텐데 우차비요스레스.
So an example that Devana Miche is giving for this is so sometimes people are waiting for something bad to happen to someone else with the thought that they'll somehow profit from that misfortune. So for instance, and sometimes people think about this with family members and inheritance. Like they're waiting for their parents to die so that then they'll get, their inheritance or something like that.
다 참네 다와도 좋게 논주 땅거 이지레 삼고도 직다 머지 희송나더니 고 희송마데 닝제 희라 마치 오타 고티 희송다 고직 줘봐 푸그리 가서 들 주체야요 몰람동에 요래 몰람동 배하라 그러와 되는 로samna 되기서 말와.
Or like, for instance, and this is, like in a to sort of, as instruction to say monastics who are in a monastery situation who receive offerings when somebody has died, then if instead of being, they might have compassion, but then they're also like, oh,
maybe
and
not compassion, I think.
Or maybe instead of having compassion, they're kind of thinking about what they're going to get as the financial offering. And so then that obviously is to be avoided. Don't seek others' misery as. I'm not following. You have to tell the story in English, I think.
I don't know.
Or Kimbo does. No, they don't want to tell it.
Well, maybe battery is old.
Yeah, this is our secret thing. We should not tell anyone, but in our hometown, the monastery, we have a sort of older or elderly monk. He often sort of watch a distance, look at distance to see if there's anything is coming. Usually the Tibetan, when people die, they put a corpse on horse or yak to carry to
Bring to monastery.
Monastery and then cemetery, that famous cemetery And Dongor has a famous cemetery that usually that region carry there to perform the sky barrier. And so this old monk is sort of constantly looking or watching that anyone passing through the monastery, because there's not much traffic, maybe once a day or two, few people pass through. And then his eyesight's maybe not that great, but he often ask others can you see that horses carry something in the distance? And then he sees these, maybe that is somebody's family members, and then he wears these monks' nicer clothes and
puts on his
ready
nicer
for to aspiration prayers and mulams. Maybe he has good motivation. If dead body count, he wanted to do poa and others, maybe.
Yeah, there's some money, I think. He's really... So actually he's just really distant the road, so one corner can see from the monastery, he just look, somebody coming. So that's, I don't know, so that's maybe not that good, so.
Let's think he has good
that
motivation.
monajana pengirwa. In monajana pengiri, that gulong tindi Koran la backpack, kasi Koran heavy. Yongsigirwa.
Backpack heavy yung sige.
Maso tani kuru chenbo je korgu yorwa ta le la umarwa. Ako son.
De data la gube sigla.
O ta te jetan tindi yen dewa do yosarwa ina meme. Jetan la ina tawata na yi ke zamno yona. Tene Koran be le jigo tsawo ji sag yores.
So then it becomes, I'm just looking at the, it becomes a heavy karmic load if that's one's attitude, if one is looking to profit from somebody else's misfortune.
Okay. Ari ta nge pa yo gre samgdo be masi penta nga so no ino pa ma hina be hya ra gre somebody ta chetan sam ko da sigre wa ina tindi yang attachment yona be den de pa yung gro wa inda nga he ta pa ma se lu ju tindi ta be fear wa ina ta ko sama yo ma res wa ina ta ko tindo sam ko na yo yo sama res.
So really it's something. So, like for instance, in something more applicable to the world of like lay practitioners would be, this idea, I might inherit something from somebody who dies. And maybe that thought arises, but if there's really some attachment there, then that really is a very strong negative karmic accumulation. And some people, there are even stories of some children who have killed their parents in order to receive their inheritance. So imagine, that's very, very rare. But the karmic burden of that is huge. It's tremendous. And so even just kind of having some expectation in terms of, if somebody dies, I'll get this or I'll get that. That's a strong, karmic accumulation.
Okay. Stangati lo jonke da tini ma chi ta lo jonke labja ma to sama chabares.
So then that covers the 6th section, the commitments of mind training. So then there's the 7, the precepts of mind training.
Da tini da karma kahiji ma to medo stel sam hya gins tini da chawajik chawajik ni skuna ta kan mo chire sul twayo na ten chawa jiku ten saresta.
So we really don't have much time left, so we'll have to close here and maybe continue to get through the rest of this at another time. But now, if there are a few, we have time maybe for a couple questions, and Ken Rinpoche is also here, so he can help to answer questions. So anything, if there's anything that has come up for anyone that you'd like to,
Yeah, maybe 2 questions.
so 2 questions.
When I'm looking at the commitments of the mind training, it seems to me like a lot of this, if you engage in these acts, then it becomes a cycle, right? So now, like, let's say somebody struck my vulnerable point, right? Used like some information I may have shared that's really personal, and then use that to weaponize it later and strike me at a vulnerable point. Then I'm going to be retaliatory, right? And then the cycle is just going to continue and perpetuate, and nothing's going to get better. So at some point, I would think that someone has to practice, like you say, restraint, so that it doesn't
Continue.
yeah, because then other people start getting involved, and then it gets bigger and bigger and bigger when it could have just been avoided from the beginning. So that, I mean, that's what came up for me, because the retaliation in my part would be, of course, it's anger, but underneath that anger is hurt and maybe betrayal, you know, because anger is just a symptom of a deeper hurt. So the hurt would cause the retaliation.
고소매. Pena de pache de yang nganso ditso chena deni pache yang dikpa yang shimba mi shimba chek den limba deni yang char dena dikpa chek jungwa deni yang zoju meba nang shin chagi yorwa pena kain sena dena ne tambo de la kare la ko kare ne ne la meba roa ne la mewa tini dinda nang shin chena tini pena morang la yang be nuna tini be control lang na tini par yang de me shimba de la nuba che go samgi roa tini yang me de la nuba che na tini morang la par nuba che ge roa tini sam ja ju meba nang shin okay.
That is reason continuation meung wi chi tola tene hiala no ba chi ayo mata ne rang chang sam tang gro wa
So
that
that
tanda ta nga so ti chi na de continue yo ren ta nga so mai ma ji ya la ta ko ti chi ko ka ma zin ya nga ra ra ju chu tang bi na tene ko sam chi no gro wa.
So exactly, someone has to practice restraint. We have to practice restraint because we're just looking at ourselves, right? We're not looking at the other person. And so in order to break the cycle, then we have to decide not to retaliate, not to take the opportunity to harm. And even though it's hurtful, to practice patience.
The patience benefit, you know, patience is powerful. But we keep going, yeah, second. But if we have patience, we're not doing that, so then just got problem stopped. Okay, so another one.
Rinpoche, I have a question. When it says work on your strongest defilements first, or purify your strongest defilements first, do you have any advice for how to discern which is the strongest defilement? Because sometimes there's a lot.
Oh, right, yes, of course.
And we're
They're
not
all
really sure
strong.
which one it might be. So how would you make that?
Yeah, we
decision?
said this, the anger is most powerful, you know, but individually practice really is the weak, my side, what is, I have problem, you know, maybe anger or maybe attach.
No, but he's saying for himself, like, how do we know which one is strongest? Because they might all be pretty
Or you
strong.
don't know?
Well, we might
Yeah.
have in the mind, and there might be like pride is strong, but also jealousy is strong. Maybe sometimes it's hard to discern which is the strongest.
ri ta tindi no wasana jitang di ta yang tindi siri yo na yo ro me na ta jitang party che ma da yang ko tindi inchi me ni ta ko ya yo samarwa.
So it's not like you have to choose one, actually. Like you can just practice, applying the antidote to all of the afflictive emotions. For some people, there's like a clear pattern, of a certain affliction that arises again and again. And that's definitely clearly like the hardest thing that they struggle with. So in that case, then you identify which is the hardest and you really go work with that. But otherwise, it's okay if you can't identify a particular one.
I think, or however, so I don't know this really practitioners. Probably there is maybe not big deal every afflict emotions, but ordinary people, I think there is inside we really look, analyze, so we can see what is my kind of biggest or issue or biggest problem or so whatever afflict emotions or lazy or whatever worry or jealousy. I think there is probably there is, but if not, then keep going practice. Okay. So dedication. Okay. Okay.
Thank you, Dribanla. Thank you, Kempo. Dribanla, you spoke, I think it was yesterday, about maybe a skillful, you listed 4 things. I missed one of them, but responding peaceful, magnifying, wrathful. Could you speak more about what that is, please?
Rita Jatang Yetela Imba, Katsan La Yada Terwa. Zu Rang La, same thing, Nini Yorila Imba, Benacha Shana, Tango situation, Chilo Latine, Mandegwa Yungere, Kanye Yungere, Kecha Yigoya Yungere. Yina Yanda di Kondo Sagre, Sin Tatu Rang La Juchutang, same thing la, Chi Parjot and Mandegwa you be in a yang. Ko rank same thing la telepeji karse hedan tha ngajar tha da teleji zimbati tak dealing te mewa soya te tapshi terwa thangbo terwa nipan te karse na wata ko karchi na chita nga pe de ningje gom de nga karchi te nga yo marwa tene chi situation la da la ya yejres chora Kechan Jambo Laguna, Kechan Jambo Lago this discussion chair. Then explanation chiguna, explanation chigugres. Some got to be in Jambo, Tambo Yaboro, Kecha Yago Lago this. In a some got to chita, young as a chamba ninjendo gom, Tenido Jichi, Payabondo Chi Divina, then Sol and Yipu Chigua. Or that Tindigana could rat for. Though. Tangi pede chetan danga dharma practitioner tini chetan yamne chetan yores law yor wata hiji wan tha se hina yam tan tonda nga so tene ya ko ji this sem ke teng ne control lang mina ya ko ji leka le ala ji control ko rang yi ten chi ne tene ko le na de yores.
So what he was speaking to when he mentioned that was that generally speaking, like sometimes if we have, so the first thing to do is to address the afflictive emotions in our own mind stream. So, if there's some situation that's really not okay and we're, or there's a lot of conflict and we have anger, it's really important, first and foremost, to work on pacifying our own anger, work on identifying and pacifying our own pride, the afflictive emotions, whatever the issue is. But it doesn't mean that the second part is that we don't have to just not act at all or not do something to try to address the situation or change the situation. We have to effectively deal with this situation in whatever way is most constructive, but we have to do it from a place where we ourselves are not afflicted. And so mostly we want to deal with it in a peaceful way. So we want to speak to someone and explain and try to have some resolution through gentle and kind and clear communication. But if
It not
sometimes that doesn't work, sometimes if we do that, someone might just to, like, be really disparaging in return. They won't hear us. And so then sometimes we have to respond wrathfully to be heard. And that doesn't, but the important thing there is that there's not anger behind it. And so that.
But you show the wrath for what are you angry?
But you might look like you're angry. You might look like that activity is wrathful, but the motivation behind it is not anger. So that's why he just mentioned the 4 activities of peaceful, magnetizing, enriching, and wrathful in that context.
Increasing the
So increasing is another way to say enriching. I think enriching is actually better, because what does increasing mean?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. For dedication prayers, turn to page 24. By the virtues collected into 3 times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drikungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. And then to page 19. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. Chahang Chub Sem Chogrin Poje Ma Ke Panam Ke Gyurje Ke Pa Nyam Pa Me Pa Yang Gong Ne
Thank you. So, the fire puja start 2 o'clock. So, thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This one is spotlight. Hello.
That's also my, but you gotta turn it on. Yeah. Test the volume.
Hello, hello.
to pacify adverse circumstances. The first is an offering of the Torma.
Compagnie de Joro, tombé en l'air, tout le monde en tient, pourquoi mi pas, ça va, mi bé, de la chèvre de Dieu, Nam Kada Nyambara, Jo, Omaga, Ramagum Sarva, Mane, Adenu, and Adona, Beso, Omaga, Ramagum Sarva, Mane, Adenu, and Adona, Beso,
So just to clarify, this part is not in the text that we have.
So the page, what's the notifier with your text, the other text? Om Banza Rakja Hong Banza Neradaya. So what's maybe English?
We instantly appear as Naratmya. In our heart centers, a Hri syllable transforms into a red lotus with 8 petals. In the center of this is an A syllable transforms into a moon mandala. Upon the center of that, a blue Ang syllable emanates light, rays of light, and invites Bhagavati Naratmya's 15 goddess mandala to dwell in the eastern courtyard of our own gurus in the space before us. The seed syllable in our hearts emanates the 8 offering goddesses, including Gauri and the rest, to make offerings.
So Tibet, page 3. Rani ge je ge dang me ma se ve nyen kar she le be ma mar bo da ma je be gu so a le da ve jing go re je deng de ong ngom bo wa ze re je jum den de me ma mo Jinguraje Ayara Cham neve rangi lam dambai juroi ninge samon le won tube rema la sobe lamo jila jubai ju Om Korega Ahon Soha Om Zore Zam Ahon Soha Om Bedale Bama Ahon Soha Om Gemare Gama Ahon Soha Om Bugase Ahon Soha Om Shawari Shama Hon Soha Om Chandale Sam Hon Soha Om Bedale Bam Hon Soha.
We go for refuge unto the three jewels. We confess our each and every misdeed. We rejoice in the virtues of wanderers. In our minds, we embrace Buddha's awakening. In the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha Supreme, we take refuge till enlightenment is reached. We shall cultivate the mind of awakening so the goals of ourselves and others are achieved. Generating the mind of Bodhicitta Supreme, Imaho, as our guests, we shall care for all beings. We shall act with supreme bodhisattva conduct. May we become Buddhas to help all beings. We go for refuge unto the three jewels. We confess our each and every misdeed. We rejoice in the virtues of wanderers. In our minds, we embrace Buddha's awakening. In the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha Supreme, we take refuge until enlightenment is reached. We shall cultivate the mind of awakening, so the goals of ourselves and others are achieved. Generating the mind of Bodhicitta Supreme, Imaho, as our guests, we shall care for all beings. We shall act with supreme bodhisattva conduct. May we become Buddhas to help all beings.
Gonjo Zongla Daja Je Deva Mege Soso Ya Ndove Gela Je Ran Sanje Janjo Ye Song Sanje Jodan Zongjo Lai Janjo Warda Daja Je Ne Dadan Yendon Rabro Je Dage Chanjo Simjo Ji Emma Wu Simjian Gundong Ye Chanjo Jonjo Zihin Jin Dola Penje Sanje So once English.
May all happiness and the causes of happiness, may they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they not be separated from the sublime happiness free of suffering. May they abide in the great equanimity free from the prejudice of attachment and aversion.
Samjian Damji Dewa Devi Judan Dembara George Dungara Dungara Judan
From within the state of emptiness upon a red lotus and sun mandala, our consciousness appears as a blue that fully transforms. By this, we appear as Bhagavati Naratmaya. Her three eyes are red and round. She possesses a great wrathful demeanor. Her yellow hair streams upward. Her right hand holds a driklu. Her left hand holds a skull cup. She holds a katvanga in the crook of her left arm. She is adorned with the 5 bone ornaments, a wheel, earrings, necklace, and crown of 5 dried skulls. She has a necklace of 50 dry heads. She wears a tiger skin skirt. Her right foot is drawn up, touching her left thigh, and her left leg is extended, half bent. Standing on a sun seat, as that one heart center is a corpse, she dwells in the center of a mass of fire. On a moon mandala inside her heart center, there is a blue syllable emanating light rays. At her crown is a white at her throat is a red at her heart center is a blue hum. From the syllable in her heart center, light rays emanate to invite the primordial wisdom deities. Okay, we'll keep on going. Gori ja chori hom beteli bam gasmari ho. Again from the syllable in her heart center, black light rays emanate in the form of iron hooks to invite all the Buddhas within the 3 realms of the universe. All Tathagata protectors, please bestow the empowerment upon us. By praying in this way, all those Buddhas transform into the form of Haruka. Then they bestow the empowerment with vases filled with the 5 nectars. The excess liquid swills up and becomes Akshobhya crown ornament. Om Ahum Pit Soha. Our appearance as the Bhagavati with her color, implements, and ornaments becomes extremely clear. Okay. The aggregate of consciousness dwells at Narapya Yogini. To cut through the 6 erroneous emotions like pride and so forth, there is the form of the Drikung knife. In the lotus vessel of the skull cup, representing the complete purity of real and imaginary things, the blood of the 4 Mara demons represents the cities. Thus is Vanga represents emptiness. Upon the moon disc, blue seed syllable a mantra chain appears from that and goes up to exit our mouth. It enters back through our navel and circles to our heart center.
Om Ahum Om benzer kube a on so wa on benzer dube a on so benzer lo ge a on so wa içinem zaten darin doyun takimin. Om a hong so ha om a hong no, sorry. Om so ha om so ha om so ha om a so ha om a so om shin so ha Om Shin Sowa, Om Zeng Sowa, Om Zeng Sowa, Om Guru Guru Sowa, Guru Guru Sowa, Om Guru Guru Sowa, Zi Nam Je Ma Da Be Ye Chong, Jiang Xin Ta Hua Yi Xie Jie De Zi Rang Ye Si Zi So So Ju.
The substances are cleansed of all defects and impurities, and each substance is to be burnt, becomes the nature of pure wisdom nectar. That was page 11.
Banzara Sado Om Banzara Sado Om Banzara Sado Om Banzara Sado
Om Kusha grass, clean and holy, cleanser of the Brahma gods, that which pleases the three jewels, earth-born essence of all leaves, pacify my obstacles and please bring auspiciousness.
So we together Om Banzara Zola Om Om Banzara Zola Om Banzara Zola Om Talung yap Kimbogi Talung yap Reji do
Om Bhadra Dala.
Om Ahum Om Ahum Om Ahum Om Agnaye Om Om Agnaye Om Agnaye Om Agnaye Om Agnaye Om Om Bendar Meda Gundale
Page
Hana
13.
Hana Hoinde Om Aso Bhava Hyada Sarva Dharme So Bhava Hyada
Page 13. From within the state of emptiness, the hearth arises and transforms into a palace made of jewels. In the center of the hearth is the Bhagavan Naratmya. She melts into light, and therefrom arises the white fire god with one face and 4 arms. One of the 2 right hands is in the mudra of supreme generosity, and the other holds a rosary. The 2 left hands hold an anointing vase and staff. In the appearance of a sage, he is surrounded by many attendants. He embraces the consort in the same color. Light radiates from the Om Ahum at their 3 places, inviting the wisdom being.
Om Tombe Ngangle Meta Rinpo Che Yen Kando Cho Tabje Wise Jumden Den Jeba Durje Yamyo Wudo Hyowale Mela Garbo Sheje Chai Sheba Yin Choje Dan Dan Zeng Yongyi Jelo Dan Yugdo Zenba Chansong Ke Chalo Jen Kor Mambo Gorwa Rangwei Je Ringma La Chubi Neson Oma Hongle Onto Yishi Ba Chen
Om
come here, Great Spirit, sage of God, supreme twice born. Please approach here and accept the food offered in the fire.
Deveda adija ambe sha ma shere hajaya gajaya vadana ya so wa ahonza. Mela likun doje ben dene den la nye shu.
The great self-arisen Bhagavan, Lord of desire, who bestows wishes, accomplishing all activities. O fire god, please sit near on this seat.
Tozi goda ya, tozi goda. Tasha. So de ya. Guja asana mela tabje ka che de gushi de la shobanju.
The fire god takes a seat upon the kusha grass on the rim of the hearth.
Chen dong je ge tam je oma somba de om de grahana baya om de
Fire, fire, Om Anaya, Om Bhagavan, Ashra,
Om ye ha ye ma buddha beda reke de zola sadama de he da hude ma aharat minda san do da Andi shayan za hong ba wo samaya sa tam se ba da ni su me ba re ju.
The commitment being and the wisdom being are non-dual.
Hong o hong. Om a hong se chan jia Vara Sada Rama Argam Badiza Argam Bading Bube Ube Aloge Gende Devete Shabda Badiza That's all man lo guda. Ta mark sigosar. Om Agnaye Ahon so the storm on Ahon so that it's low that is shula Sanchu Suman Sanchu Om Tarot the Sinate Om Agnaye Kembajiglo or Sarvata Tangata and Ranga Jade one joys one going jizz melody jar boy and I one gorwa here I enjoy genyo mo maluse zenje me
World's mighty one, son of Lord Brahma, king of fire gods, empowered by Taki, whose supreme wisdom burns afflictions, praise to the fire god in command.
Om Banza Anala Maha Bunza Zola Zola Sarba Bigur Sarba Buddha Guru Hom Pe Shaya Sa Hom Ba Samaya Sadam Samaya Melenja Durje Tsejibe Marbo Ramye Dans l'eau, j'ai cané, houye que wazere dans, j'ai ban zemba, jo. Mark. English.
The fire god's tongue appears as a red one-spoke vajra marked by the red ram. The front of the ladles is marked with the letter Hung radiating light. Masters and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all the negativities, obscurations, and obstacles.
Hingding Guru Yesu. Okay, we doing the sorry 3 times each. Oh, so English, God, why?
The fire god's tongue appears as a red, white spoke vajra marked by the letter Ram. The front of the ladles is marked by the letter Hum, radiating light. For us, master and disciples, along with your associates, pacify all the negativities, obscurations, and obstacles.
心灵故日耶娑哈，看见了没？到马上这个。
Fire god's tongue appears as a red, one-spoke vajra marked by the letter Ram. The front of the ladles is marked by the letter Hum, radiating light. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all the negativities, obscurations, and obstacles.
心灵故日耶娑哈。Amar querido. Oma na yen du bin de ya ya da ja bon long kor da je ba tam je je sang a ting je che la non tu war ji tam je je wa da che bra de se je pu som so ba la wa de ju wa tam je xing ding ge de ye so wa. Now I think maybe music is later. Om na yen bo de so ha da ja bon lo chi lo ga ma da ja bon long ga da je ba na la nga ti ngen je che la non du wa ji tam ji xio wa che ba de se ji pu song tho ba la wa de ju wa tam ji xing den gu de ye so ha. So English.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of vitality.
Xing den gu de ye so ha. Om na ye so ha da ja bon long ka da je ba tam je la la nga ding yin je che la no du ju wa tam je je wa ran je che ba ra tu ju wa bu song tho wa la wa de ju ba tam je xing den gu de ye so wa da ja bon long ka da je ba tam je la nga ding yin je che la no du wa je tam je je wa ta che ba ra tu ju wa bu song tho ba la wa de ju wa tam je xing den gu de ye so wa. English.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellent.
Yamshin wa yamshin. Ale tang de nost ka de we de ta nost. Tati cheka je ki horde ko de yamshin. No. No. Nom chi tang ba. Nom chi tare ya. Mark chi tare da di mark dos. Okay, so we look up the confusing. We did actually, but the first one is I'm hearing the what did nom tin lo cha lo da. Yeah. So now we page 17. So I think. Yeah, 17. So we did, but very much over the Kumula. Oma na ye bodhi raja da cha bong long ko da je ba na langa ding ye je che la no tu wa je tam je shio wa da che ba ra de si ji pu song zo wa la wa de ju ba tam je xing ding gu re ye so wa.
For us, masters and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of
Oma na ye ak na ye da ja bong long ko da je ban nga ding ye de che la no ju ju wa dam ji she wa da che ba ra tu ju wa pu som so ba la wa da ju wa dam ji king ding gu ye so
For us, masters and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of wealth.
Okay, so now everybody pick up this we have the sesame, black sesame seed. If not enough, so there's another bowl you pick up. Everybody in some or you pick up. Korang solo you grow. Na ye sarva ba ba ma da shana banzar da ja bon long kor da je ba tam je la na ding ye de la ding ye de je la nu ju ju wa tam ji je wa da che ba ra de da mi hi bi bi wa tam ji king ding gu so Oma na ye sawa ba ma da ya na ba da da ja bong long ba da je ba nga di ni di tam ji che la ne de ju wa tam ji je wa da che ba ra tu tam mi shi ba tam bi ba tam du ba xing ding gu ye so
For us, master disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all its schemes.
So one more Om na ye sarva ba ma da sha na bandar so support in
That's what?
And especially everything. Don't come too close.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all misdeeds. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all misdeeds. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all misdeeds.
Om Naye Sarba Arta Sada Dacha Bonlong Kordan Jeba Tamchi Jelanga Dingenzi Ewa Jewa Chela Nonju Tamchi Shewa Dan Jebara Tami Shiba Dan Gay Tamchi Shibu Dengu Shingdengu So two times English.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify and all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity and mantra and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all obstructing forces. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all obstructing forces.
Om Naye Sarba Sapati Daja Bonlong Kordan Jeba Tamji Jelanga Dingin Zi Chela Nonju Huarchi Tamji Shewa Tang Chebara De Dewan Cho Pusum Chobala Huarda Juba Tamji Hingden Guru So Two times English.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and
additions, mistakes, and
obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of supreme bliss. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of supreme bliss.
Om Naye Achati Hedam Banzaya Dacha Bonlong Kordan Jeba Namje Tanga Dingin Zi Chela Nonju Huarchi Tamji Shewa Dan Chebara Tu Sungwen Cho Pusum Chobala Wada Jowa Tamji Shingden Guru So two times English.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles of excellence. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of supreme protection.
Om A Na Ye Banza Ayu Ke Dang Jia Bong Long Ko Dang Jie Ba Nam Jie La Nga Ding Yin Zi Che La Non Du War Jie Tam Jie Xiu Wa Dang Che Ba Ra Tu Ce Ta Ra Qin Ba La War De Ju Wa Tam Ji Xing Ding Gu Ru So Wa.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, missions, goals during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the completion of the lifespan. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the completion of the lifespan.
Xing Ding Gu Ru Ye Om A Neri Om A Na Ye Maha We Ga Ya Da Jia Bong Long Ko Dang Jie Ba Nam Jie La Nga Ding Yin Zi Che La Non Du War Jie Tam Xie Wa Dang Che Ba Ra De Nyu Ru Wi Xiu Wu Pu Sum So Ba La Wa De Ju Ba Tam Ji Xing Ding Gu Ru So Wa.
Disciples, our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of energy. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of energy.
Om A Na Ye Ben Zang Ge Ma Re Da Jia Bong Long Ko Dang Jie Ba Nam Ji La Nga Ding Yin Zi Che La Non Tu War Chi Tam Ji Xiu Wa Dang Che Wa Ra Tu Ni Tam Chi Xing Ding Gu Ru So Wa.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all sicknesses. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all sicknesses.
Om A Na Ye Ban Zara Buddha Ka Bukha Da Ya Da Jia Bong Long Ko Dang Jie Ba Nam Jie La Nga Ding Yin Zi Che La Non Tu Chu Wa Tam Chi Che Ba Ra Du So Nam Jie Ba Wa De Ju Ba La Xing Ding Gu Ru So Wa.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of merit. For us, masters and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deities, mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of merit.
Mhm. 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 Yeah. So you notice that it's pretty much the same, the refrain. And so, all omissions and additions and mistakes and obstacles during the deity's mantra and samadhi. So we can think of it in a general sense, but most important is the emphasis on the last line, because it's whether it's specific, whether obstacles, misdeeds, and so forth, that's specifically what we're thinking of, with each section. Yeah. So, and actually after each paragraph, we should be reciting. So that purification is happening with Shintim Puri Soha. So actually after each recitation, we should be reciting that.
Om Anaye Mahabalaya Daja Bolong Kordan Jeba Namje Langa Dini De Chela Nuntu Jurwa Tamji Shiva Dan Chebaratu Topa Jeba Wata Juba Shingding Guru Ye Soha.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of strength. Santim Kuruye Soha. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of strength. Santim Kuruye Soha.
So page 22, second paragraph. Om Anaye Banza Benza La Daja Bolong Kordan Jeba Nam Ma Dingen Zi Che La Non Tu Churwa Tamchi Shiva Tan Chebaratu Notan Zhu Jeba La Wata Juwa Tamchi Shingden Guru Ye So. So yeah, this so actually this both, beginning mentor and end mentor together, even in English.
Om Agnaye Vajra Bijaya.
Yeah.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of poverty and harvest. Santim Kuruye Soha. Om Agnaye Vajra Bijaya. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of property and harvest. Santim Kuraye Soha.
Om Anaye Asmata Palaya Asmati Palaya. Daja Bolong Kordan Jeba Namje Langa Dingen Ze Chela Nonju Warchi Tamchi Shiva Dan Che Bartu Chuju Pusum Sobala Warda Juwa Tamchi Shingling Guru Sowa.
Om Agnaye Asamati Palaya. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of the Dharma lineage. Sentim Kuruye Soha. Om Agnaye Tatsamati Galaya. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of the Dharma lineage. Santam Kuruye Soha.
Om Agnaye Adija 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 Mahashiri Jaya Kaya Vadana Agnaye Soha Om Agnaye Adija 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 Okay, so we tea break.
So we can reconvene here at 3:45. Everyone can make it back at 3:45. 3:45.
All right. Llegué a la casa. Normal. Algo así no vas a salir despeinado. Pero pues, lo que te he dicho.
Yeah, you mix there, yeah.
Kenzie, you don't need this now?
And then you also
It's working?
It's connected.
Okay, perfect.
These
Now
are
what, Jupan?
26. Yeah.
Jupan,
5:30. Yeah. Yeah, you're coming, right?
Yeah,
what do we do with it?
Yeah, so we can ready.
Good. You can, no.
Maybe you can take a break. Maybe
I'll tell her, pick another day.
Wait for instructions.
26, right? 26, Wednesday, 5:30, come here. Okay, that Karina.
Now what?
Okay. Hello.
Is the mic working?
So I know to be ready.
Hello. Hello.
Everybody.
So not hand. Okay, you can take the one, each one ball. Okay, who start? Big mistake. Yeah. Right, so this one. So look up at first time he did 3 times, but now it's only 1 time. Maybe I don't know, maybe 2 times, once English, once Tibet. Yeah.
Worlds colliding.
Yeah. That's where we're gonna start here. Yeah.
당고 총선에서 드리다. That's almost on a lot of good. So if you looking the text,
Page 16.
Yoda.
Okay, you got that? Page 16 is where we're starting.
Right. So page, if you, they may be very difficult, but we have page, actually page 16. But also, whatever you put rice and or whatever sesame seed, you're thinking about what we did before, right? If you remember. If not remember there, everything there, just throw the fire. That's okay. So page 16 and what called the welcoming in the drink.
Welcoming drink. We're gonna start there.
Yeah.
So once in English and then once in Tibet.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Oh, Mela Ja Dorje Zigwa Marbola Ramye Tang Ganglo Ke Kala Hunye Ke Wazara Tang Jebe Zembara Cho Nama Samenda Budana Akna Ye De Cha Bon Lo Won Ko Tang Jeba Deg De Hwara Chi Tam Chi The
fire god's tongue appears as a red spoke vajra marked by the letter Ram.
The front of the ladle is
marked by a letter radiating light. Om Nama Samanta Buddha Namayaye. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all the negativities and obscurations and obstacles. Shindim Guru Yeso.
So page 17. Om Naye Bodhi Bhikshaya Dao Cha Bong Long Kortan Jeba No Langa Dingen Zi Chela Non Tu Hwar Chi Tam Chi He War Chebara Tu Siji Pu Som Soba La Hwar Tu Juba Tam Chi He Wa Hing Den Guru Ye So Hwa
Om Agnaye Bodhi Vrikshaya. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of vitality. Sanctim Kuruye Soha.
Om Naye Da Cha Pong Lo Won Kor Ta Jeba Nam Langa Dingen Zi Che La Non Tu Churba Tam Chi Shewa Tang Kebaratu Jurwa Pusum Soba La Wat Juba Tamchi Hingden Guru Soha Om Agnaye Agnaye.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi. Of wealth. Santin Kurie Soha.
Om Agnaye Tinarwa Sarva Pabam Dahanam Banzarya Dacha Bonlong Kortang Jeba Nam Langa Dingen Zi Chela Nun Tu Churba Tamchi Hewa Chebaratu Tami Hi Batang Dikpa Tamchi Hingden Guru Yeso Om Agnaye Sarva Pabam Dahana Banzarya.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all misdeeds. Santin Kurie Soha.
Agnaye Sarva Artha Sadaya Dacha Bonlong Kortan Jeba Namje Langa Dinge Chela Non Tu Chu Varchi Tamchi Hewa Tang Chebaratu Tami Hibi Gay Tamchi Hingding Guru Yeso Om Anaye Sarva Artha Sadaya Dacha Bonlong Kortan Je. Sorry.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially everything inauspicious and all obstructing forces.
Shingden Guru.
Santin Kuru Ye Soha.
Om Agnaye Sarva Apati Dacha Bonlong Kordan Jeba Namje Langa Dingen Zi Je Warchi Non Tu Sorry Dingen Zi Je Chala Non Tu Warchi Tamchi Jewa Dam Chebara De Dewa Cho Pusum Soba La Warda Juba Tamchi Linguru So
Om Agnaye Sarva Sampade. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of supreme bliss. Santim Kuruye Oha.
Om Agnaye Achati Hadabanzaya Dacha Bonlong Kordan Jeba Namje Langa Dingen Zi Chela Non Tu Warchi Tamchi Hewa Chebaratu Sungwin Cho Kuson Soba Wada Juba Tamchi Hingden Guru Soha Om Anaye Atate Hada Banza
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and all supreme protection. Tim Kuruye Soha.
Om Anaye Banza Ayuke Daja Bonglong Kordan Jeba Namji Langa Dingen Ze Chela Nunju Churba Tamchi Shewa Tan Chebara Tu Tse Tar Chimbala Varda Juba Tamchi Hingden Guru Ye Sowa Om Anaye Banza Ayuke.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the completion of the lifespan. Santim Kurye Soha.
Om Anaye Maha Bingaya Daja Bonlong Kordan Jeba Namje Langa Dingen Zij Chela Nunju Jurba Tamji Shewa Tan Chebara Tu Nurvi Shu Pu Som Sobala Wada Juwa Tamji Hingden Guru Ye Soha Om Anaye Maha Begaya.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of energy. Santun Kuruye Soha.
Om Anaye Banzan Gemare Daja Bonlong Kordan Jeba Namje Langa Tingen Zije Chela Nunju Varchi Tamchi Hiwat Chebara Toni Tamchi Ingden Guru Yeso
Om
Agnaye Banzan Gemare.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all sicknesses. Santun Kuruye Soha.
So we have rice one more time, circle. So people put everyone put in the bowl in the rice. So tonight is sonam jigris.
This one increases merit. So you can think as you offer it to the fire that you're increasing your merit and good fortune.
or complete finish the rice. So, so yeah, put faster. Okay, everybody help. Slow down, but that is the koi phi three low to me though. Or Om Agnaye Banza Bu Chaya La Da Cha Pong Long Ko Dan Jie Ba Tam Chi Jie Lang A Ding Yan Zi Che La Non Chu Wer Chi Tam Chi Xie Wa Tang Che Ba Ra Tu So Na Ma Jie Ba La Wa De Jiu Ba Tam Chi Xing Ding Gu Ru Ye So Wa Om Na Ye Ban Zara Kun Ta Ya.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of Santim Kuru Ye Soha.
Om Agnaye Mahabalaya Da Cha Pong Long Ko Dan Jie Ba Nam Ji Lang A Ding Yin Zi Jie Che La Non Chu War Chi Tam Chi Xie Wa Dang Che Ba Ra De To Ba Jie Ba La War De Jiu Ba Tam Chi Xing Ding Gu Ru Ye So Ha Om Agnaye Mahabalaya.
Us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of strength. Santim Kuru.
Om Naye Banzar Benza Ya Da Cha Pong Lo Kordan Che Ba Nam Je Lang A Ding Yin Zi Je Che La Non Chu Par Chi Tam Chi Xie Wa Tang Che Ba Ra Tu Nor Dang Zhe Je Ba La War De Jiu Ba Tam Chi Xing Ding Gu Ru Ye So Wa Om Naye Banzar Benza Ya.
For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes and obstacles during the practice of the deity's mantra and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the increase of property and harvest. Santum Kura Yeso.
Om Naye Asamati Palaya Da Cha Pong Lo Kordan Je Ba Nam Je Lang A Ding Yin Zi Je Che La Non Tu Chur Wa Tam Chi Xie Wa Tang Che Ba Ra Tu Chu Ju Pu Song Mong Co Ba La Wa De Jiu Ba Tam Chi Xing Ding Gu Ru Ye So Wa Om
Agnaye
Madi
samadhi
palaya.
palaya. For us, master and disciples, along with our associates, pacify all omissions and additions, mistakes, and obstacles during the practice of the deity, mantra, and samadhi, and especially all obstacles to the excellence of the Dharma lineage. Santum Kuriya Soha.
Om Anaye Adicha Adicha Abesha Abesha Mahashiriye Iya Chaya Kachaya Balanata Agnaye Soha Om Agnaye Adi cha be sha mahashiriye ha cha ka cha bala na ya agna yeso. Range to karaten di la tem de zem jen du ne cho tam je ran ye je wo ze wa wo.
Light from the seed syllable at our heart emanates all the animate and inanimate universe and inhabitants, successively dissolve into our heart center and Then all reality becomes the nature of luminosity, again arising from, oh no, wait, hold it right there. Then all reality becomes the nature of luminosity.
Okay, so 2 minutes meditation. ni pomo jigbi bor jubi ne som rizom jen semba ta chu ti mera ta tene ti yon jam je tang tang chua ta ma lu dik do so ti lo kan do ti chang ma lu.
Again, rising from that, we appear as the enlightened form of the single heroine with the 3 syllables Om Ahum marked in the 3 places.
Asamon chone loba dang Anzemo kuwa nyamze je je waran juwa so.
May I am born into a good family, hold the smayas, not be crazy, and rely on Hevajra. May I have devotion to the gurus and possess compassion. Life after life, may this come to be. May I hold in my hands a Vajra and ringing bell. May I read and study the profound Dharma. May I possess the equanimity, nourishment of the Queen's essence. Life after life, may this come to be.
We complete social dedication.
And of course, to page 24. By the virtues collected in the 3 times by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Takumpa, Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. And then to page 19. Bodhicitta, the excellent and precious mind, where it is unborn, may it arise. Where it is born, may it not decline, but ever increase higher and higher. Chanjo, Sanjo, Rinpoche, Ake, Pana, Jejo, Jewa, Nyamba, Me, Bayan, Kone, Konde, Dewa, Shu, Chanjo, Samjo, Ramboche, Maje, Bana, Jejo, Vanyamba me bayan kone konde bewayo o banda zave lama rambo je dazo jengar bende densho Kati chimbu gone je zonde go zondo je modo zordo zoi kanje rawa korwe shankama su pendant dewa malu nyungwe Kere zingwa denze janzo ye shape zende wade denjo re je gongjo renchen somje ngowo ni jaten zembe juwe bekara
Tonga Sambo Jenje Senze Ben Telen Lundo Gejara Shabdan Sho Bonjo Somje Temba Zimba Tong Ake Wancho Jetsen Jambe Tuden Renjan Domen Denze Be Chuje Nongwa Gejara Shabdan Sho Sonam Deye Tamje Sewa Nye Tona Nye Pe Dana Pamje 제가 난제 볼론 도와에 세벤 솔레 도와 쇼 녀소 동아라 메뇨 셴케와 제와 메와 라벨르도네 다다 산제 뇨도 쇼 소나도 젠데에 드 젠다 고다 제나 Chandara Zambe Tondo Yin Varje Yene Dahi Ba Samba Chu Shin Dun Du Ba Shu Jambara Ba Wo Chetaran Chamba Dong Kanda Sambo Te Yang Te Yin Tada Gunje Jesa Da Lo Che Ge Wan De Da Dam Je Rab De Ngoi Sanje Gu Song Nyen Pe Chen Lao Da Chu Ni Min Jor Din Pe Chen Chenlawe je che dar ngui je mo lan do bai shui da dan kren de dan je je tu som de so ba yu be ge we za wa an di da dan sem chen tam je nyo de la na me Yang ta wa ra zo we jang ju ren bo je to ba re ju je ka je la ma ju son ye dan la kan zhou jiang son dian de jian la na han de na nin bi ren lo ji ju se gong ne da yin je wa dang men de no wen zai wa kang da 奇迹这些的来不总做工把南大嘎当对吧也马那老上给我接着查经公布这个人间间电把他天与人的就结 Okay, so we complete the winter teaching and complete Fire Puja and really special. And Canterbury here we today complete. So really good. Thank you. I think this is really truly beneficial. All sentient beings and also this individually. So thank you very much.
Hi, Temple, Dayton, Virginia. Thank you, and Forte. Thank you so much for these teachings. They were amazing. Make us think of puja right here in Western Chapel. I mean, it's amazing. Thank you so much. Hairmail.
Yes. Maybe
Anybody who wants to come up and get a blessing or
can help.
there's copies over there. If you want to just come up for a blessing, that's fine.
Gracias, Olvi.
Gracias, Oli.
Gracias, Olvi. Feliz tarde para todos.
Gracias, mi Oli.
Gracias, Olvi. Gracias a todos.
Sí, gracias a todos.
Thank you so much.
Everybody can see, yeah? And stuff from there and you go. Sure. Yeah.
而且现在下场的这那都有不错。对。对。他们的主要有嘛的。So maybe somebody collect the tracks.
Okay. There's two words. I could do one in the front and one in the back. Which one are you? And
Payable to payable.
Are you gonna play?
I haven't played in a while.
And maybe, I don't know about Gary, you know,
Or both of them? Get closer.
Hold on, wait for Jasmine to leave. Okay, here we go. Hold on, real quick.
Please clean up around your area.
Okay, I can reach out and see what comes.
두번나 타다. 타라.
Bye bye.
Bye, Rinpoche. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
How about the one that Peter